Thank you so much, Commissioner Isasi. Okay, we will call the Committee on Appointments to order at 8:01 a.m. Okay, first we have a resolution confirming Mayor LeGrand's appointment of Selma Tucker to the Local Officers Compensation Commission.
So moved.
All right, support. Any comments on that?
I'll just add, Mr. Chair, that Selma Tucker's, longtime resident. We needed somebody for the second ward, and the city clerk who leads this, who's the liaison for this body, has also met with Mr. Tucker, and just excited about this body. It's a 7-year commitment, and they only meet a little bit of time, but doing important work. So thank you.
I agree. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, it carries. The second is a resolution recognizing the City Commission's appointment of Mara Gerke, maybe, to the Vital Streets Oversight Commission.
So moved.
Okay, any support, thank you. Any comments on that? I will say, as someone who served on Vital Streets Oversight Commission, that's an awesome way to get involved in the city. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right, it carries. That takes us to our third resolution. This is a resolution approving the City Commission's appointment of Isamar Contreras Alvaro, sorry about that pronunciation, to the Grand Rapids Water System Advisory Council.
So moved.
Support. Any comments on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll add that Ms. Contreras Alvarado is I don't know how many year employee of the City of Grand Rapids, but I see Wayne in the back, 7 year, thank you. I can't see with my glasses, but has served the city well, and I think just grateful for the department for allowing her to serve in this capacity. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okie dokie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It carries. All right, our fourth is a resolution approving the City Commission's appointment of Jason Preston to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
So moved.
Support. Any comments on that?
No comment in particular, but just grateful that we're able to continue to add. I think this is an alternate position, Ms. Bosker, so just glad that this important quasi-judicial body will have another seat filled.
I agree. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Support. Oh, aye. Any opposed? It carries. And lastly, Becky, will you guide us through our current board and commission vacancy list?
Sure. There's still quite a few vacancies, and there's a handful of resignations on today's agenda. But Mayor LeGrand is reviewing applicants, and hopefully by the end of February, we should have most of the vacancies filled. We're looking at filling the Uptown CIA and BID boards, just sorting out vetting and who's going where. The BZA, of course, will be full, and I think that the next thing to highlight is probably going to be the Community Relations Commission, and then some of these other CIAs that have had a couple resignations. But
wonderful. Thank you so much for your work on that, Becky. I really appreciate it. And I know that you sent over a number of PIFs, and there's so many folks who are excited to serve our city. I'm so excited about that. And thank everyone who sent in their resignation for serving. And just excited to get those filled. So thank you for that. Commissioner Isasi, any comments?
No, I think we're all set for today. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Isasi. All right. Well, that was a record time.
A little bit longer, but.
Have theirs been quicker than that? Mm-hmm. Wow, this cracks me up. Okay, the Committee on Appointments is adjourned at 8:05 a.m. Have a good morning.
Thank you.
morning, we will bring the fiscal committee meeting to order. It is 8:30. Welcome, everybody. Ready to get this rolling. We got a few items on our agenda this morning, so I'll jump right in. Starting with number 1, resolution approving an agreement with the State Land Bank Authority to convey real properties to the Grand Rapids Land Bank Authority and terminate the land banking agreement.
So moved.
Support.
Yeah, I was going to say our Economic Development Director is here to discuss this one, but I think it's in line with all the presentations we've been doing leading up to this. So go ahead, Sarah.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Chair. This is really a formality, right? So when the county dissolved the land bank in 19, the city entered into an agreement with the state land bank. So now we want the city land bank to enter into an agreement along with the city. So it's a 3-party agreement. That's basically allowing us to take the portfolio and dissolve the original agreement from 19.
Any questions, colleagues?
All set. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. We will move on to 2, the resolution accepting a $50,000 grant award from the Children and Nature Network for GR Outside.
Good morning, Laura Claypool with the Parks Department. Thank you, Fiscal Committee. What you have before you is a resolution accepting a $50,000 grant from Connecting Children to Nature Network. This is going to help build capacity between our GR Outside Division of Parks and Recreation and Grand Rapids Public Schools. So it's just building relationships that we have long existing to help connect children to nature. The time will be used for staffing to help just develop additional opportunities for kids in our community. So.
Awesome. Thank you.
Wonderful. So moved.
Support. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Ms. Laura. All right, we're going to get that together.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
The resolution approving public educational governmental, the PEG grant reimbursements for Grand Rapids Community Media Center in the amount of $187,651.28.
So moved.
Support. Mr. Green?
So this is a reimbursement for a program in which we administer funds that are collected through franchise fees from cable operators, and this goes to the Community Media Center for purchase of video equipment that they use for community educational and training purposes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Colleagues, any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Number 4 is an ordinance amending Section 1 of the Budget Ordinance 2024-23 for fiscal year 2025, Amendment Number 6.
So moved.
Support? Do we have anybody? Nope.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear the support, sorry. It's complicated with only 2 people, so,
I know, it is
so I
different.
apologize for that.
Got it.
All right, on our budget ordinance amendments this morning, this is amendment number 6 for the year. So the first one is out of the clerk's department. This is reimbursement, election reimbursement from the state of Michigan, just over $89,000. That'll just be appropriated to the general fund. The next one is the Office of Highway Safety Planning Grant. I believe this is just under $40,000 in the Police Grants Fund. Number 3, the Office of Sustainability. This is the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant. $235,000, the Other Grants Fund will be appropriated. Number 4, 61st District Court Eviction Diversion Initiative Grant Additional Award. So we got an additional $102,607 to be appropriated in the court's grants fund. Number 5, from the Fiscal Services Department, this is for $350. This is just truing up our ARPA grants, so we have to make sure we put all that revenue to work. So as we cleaned up in December, we realized there was $350 we have to still appropriate. So that's getting taken care of now. That will go into the Capital Improvement Fund. Number 6, out of the Police Department, Michael's funding for mandatory in-service training, $265,000 in the Police Grants Fund. Number 7, from the Office of Oversight and Public Accountability, a grant award for civilian violence prevention efforts. This is actually going to fund a Administrative Service Officer 2 position, as well as provide funding for programming. So that's a total of $550,000 in the Other Grants Fund. Number 8, Parks and Recreation Department. This is just parks capital appropriation in a few of our parks, Richmond Park and Huff and Aberdeen improvement projects, $821,000 into their capital fund, and they are utilizing $771,000 of appropriations and fund balance for supplementing that appropriation. Number 9, out of our community's children department, the OCC programs, $671,000 in our Other Grants Fund. Number 10, out of engineering, Michigan Enhancement Grant for construction of the fire department training facility. This is prelim work, mainly design, just over $1 million in the Capital Improvement Fund. Number 11, the engineering department requesting, this was related to a grant, so appropriating $1 million related to the Scribner project in the Capital Improvement Fund. And then finally, we have appropriations for recent bond issuances to pay debt service and into the to payment of debt service, as well as appropriation of the Capital Reserve Fund. So that's $4.1 million into the Capital Reserve Fund. Also, $24.5 million. That's going into the Amphitheater Garage Fund. That's appropriating those bond proceeds. So, and then the payment of the debt service, you'll see that final paragraph in the appropriation shows the distribution of that debt service across other funds. Other funds contributing to payment of the debt service would be refuse, the Major Streets Fund, as well as motor equipment. Our contingent balance remains unchanged at $1.5 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Claren. I thought it was a typo when I saw that 350. I was looking for
Two.
the zeros. I couldn't understand. And happy to see that funding that our community's children got to help support the work that they need and the staffing to keep that program running. They're doing some really great work in the community, so. Questions? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It moves or passes. Number 5, bid list resolution for January 28, 2025.
Oh, excuse me. So moved.
Support.
Okay, the bid list this week, again, routine items. I don't have any specific ones to call out, but if there are any questions, myself or the departments are here to answer.
All right.
Looks like everybody's quiet. Any questions?
No.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. We have the comptroller's warrant report for the period of December 31st, 2024 through January 13, 2025 in the amount of $28,950,106.87 and small claims report.
Good morning, Commissioners.
So moved.
So does that need a movement for that one for his report?
Okay.
All right. For the period reference, we released cash payments totaling approximately $28.9 million. And that includes just under $5.3 million for our employee payroll expense and just over $82,000 for income tax warrants. In terms of quantity, we released 185 income tax refunds and 1,185 accounts payable checks and electronic payments. As indicated in the memo, just under $16.3 million of that $28.9 million was not issued by individuals in the office of the City Comptroller Department. Also this morning, we have for you here our quarterly small claims report that details small claims paid out by the city for the months of October, November, and December of last year. And during that period of time, we paid out 8 claims totaling just under $39,000. And that concludes the 2 reports that we have for you this morning.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Don't have to vote on that.
No.
Good. All right. Last, we have the treasurer's report for period of December 26, 2024 through January 26, 2025.
Good morning, Commissioners. With our report today, we actually have a Fed meeting this week, so there's over 90% likelihood that they're going to maintain rates where they are. So we're not expecting any decrease right now. Again, as more economic data comes forward, the Fed is waiting for significant information before they make a move. With our report today, we have $747 million in our portfolio, earning 3.32%. One thing that I think I'm going to ask the fiscal committee is that next year, the Economic Club of Grand Rapids always has an economist that comes and speaks in January. It's ITR Economics. They're a fantastic speaker. It's identical twin brothers that have their company. Their presentation is engaging. It is funny. When you talk about economics, they add some humor into it. But the one major takeaway for that is they're seeing gross domestic product growth in the U.S. continuing through 2030 on a decent clip. But the other thing, too, is that inflation, they're projecting to be sticky again. So we might be in this pattern for a while. But if you have the opportunity next January when they come around, I'm sure that when I see their presentation, I'll forward it to fiscal so that you can consider joining and come to see that, because it really is a eye-opening presentation, because they talk about not only Michigan, but Grand Rapids and West Michigan in general, along with the major macroeconomic details.
Thank you.
Sounds interesting. Thank you. I'd be interested in hearing that. Never knew finances could be entertaining. I believe that is it for fiscal committee. We are adjourned at 8:42.
Development Committee meeting to order. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We have a number of items today, so let's go ahead and begin. First is a resolution approving a construction agreement and accepting a public utilities easement for Pheasant Preserve.
So moved.
Support?
Moved and supported. Mr. Bergman?
Yes, good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Pheasant Preserve is an 18-lot, single-family home development that's located in Walker that will be served by our city water and sewer utilities. So this resolution provides for approval of the construction agreement that's between Grand Rapids, Walker, and the developer. And that's our standard agreement that outlines that the utilities will be built to our specs and standards, including bonding and insurance requirements, and it covers the costs of our work associated with facilitating the project. So the easement that's included with this resolution also provides us rights to maintain the utilities once installed. So requesting your approval of both.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Bergman? All right, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next is a resolution accepting a public utilities easement for 5725 52nd Street Southeast.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported.
So this past December, Commission approved a construction agreement for this commercial storage facility that's being developed in Cascade Township. Public water mains being extended as part of the project. An easement covering that new utility was accepted as part of the December action, but there's an additional easement that's necessary from the adjoining property owner that was not included, and that's what's covered by this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Bergman. Any questions? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, item number 3 is a resolution consenting to the vacation of Will Avenue from Ann Street to Edwin Street and approving a quick claim deed.
So moved. Support?
Moved and supported.
So we've received a request to vacate this segment of Will between Ann and Edwin that has been submitted on behalf of the Haviland Products Company. Haviland's the property owner on either side of this 577-foot stretch of roadway, with the exception of a small portion that's owned by their neighbor, the Victor Barnes Company, along the northwest portion of that segment. Victor Barnes has already indicated their concurrence with this request as well. The vacation will allow for Haviland to expand their facilities and modify traffic circulation patterns to reduce potential for public mobility conflicts. There's a significant amount of truck traffic to and between their properties, as well as a unsignalized rail crossing along this stretch. Per your city commission policy on vacating rights-of-ways, the engineering department has circulated this request to all affected city departments and private utility companies and have received no objections. Now, in the case of vacations where we have utilities like this one, we will retain an easement that preserves our right to own and maintain those facilities through the vacated street. Also, as a condition of the city's consent to the vacation, which is what this resolution action is, the petitioner will remove and restore the intersections at Ann and at Edwin, so this no longer looks like a city street that you can drive down, and replace that with driveways, so it looks more like an entrance to private property. Street lighting facilities will also be removed from the city system, and they'll complete and file an amended plat. An escrow deposit will be placed on file with the city in the amount of $70,186 to ensure that all of these items are completed and that all city costs are covered. And then upon receipt of the recorded court judgment of the vacation, the city will execute a quick claim deed of the portion of Will Avenue to be vacated that's not part of the subdivision plat. So seeking your approval of this first step in the process, which is the city's consent to allow this to move forward.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Bergman?
Sounds like it was a lot of work, so thank you for doing that, and it'll be an interesting redesign of the area, and looking forward to that.
Hearing no other question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 4 is a resolution accepting a sidewalk and utility easement at 640 Leffingwell Avenue Northeast for the nominal consideration of $1.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Bergman?
The existing business that's located at the southeast corner of Oak Industrial and Leffingwell is expanding its operations, and as part of those improvements, the property owner is required to install a city sidewalk where it does not already exist along their Oak Industrial frontage. So we're requesting your acceptance of this easement that will cover the portion of the sidewalk near the corner that it would encroach onto the owner's property.
Any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5 is a resolution scheduling a public hearing on March 11, 2025 on the Uptown Business Improvement District Plan.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported.
Thank you. Good morning. This is allowing the bid a special assessment to continue. So the bid was initially put in place in 2013. It's been amended over the course of the years, and this most recent recommendation is allowing a 5-year term to allow the Uptown Business Improvement District to continue projects, including their ambassador program, beautification efforts like landscaping, and maintenance of streetscape maintenance, including like cleaning trash bins.
Thank you, Ms. Renero. I also do see Ms. Ingrid Miller from the leader of Uptown. Was there anything that you'd like to share as well?
I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, any questions, colleagues, for Ms. Renero or Ms. Miller?
I just want to say thank you, and thank you for being here. I know that all our bids and SIDs are doing a great job, and the Uptown corridor is very busy, and I've heard great things from my colleagues, so I'm looking forward to continuing to support their work.
Great, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 6 is a resolution scheduling a public hearing for February 11th, 2025 for a second amendment to Act 381 Combined Brownfield Plan RDG Walker LLC for the Walker View Development Project.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
Thank you. Good morning. Again, this is a project as a partnership with Walker. It went through local approvals back in the fall to amend the 425 agreement, which is basically a partnership with Walker, allowing us to help invest in economic development tools like public infrastructure. And so this is not what now you're seeing is the actual tool itself with the brownfield plan. This is going to amend the term and increase the dollars of that TIF to the tune of $290,400.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Renero. Questions, colleagues? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 7 is a resolution to schedule a public hearing for February 11, 2025 to consider a brownfield plan amendment for the M Village redevelopment project located at 1865 Eastern Avenue Southeast and 716 Elliott Street Southeast.
Moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
This is a pretty exciting one for a couple of different reasons, but overall, this is Messiah Baptist Church taking on the development to add 70 new residential units, with the first phase really being dedicated to 10 duplexes, so 20 units overall. So $7.8 million in investment, with about $5.1 million being asked through the brownfield plan support, and that also includes state support. So this will go to the Michigan Economic Development Corporation following our local process, and also includes a pretty significant amount of infrastructure investment.
Great. Colleagues, any comments or questions for Ms. Renero?
I would just ask, I believe this is the first project to do development with us.
I'm not sure. I would, Director Turkelson?
Thank you. It wasn't the first project, but it was one of the larger, and it was very successful.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up.
You might be thinking of the first emerging developer grant.
I was going to say thank you to Commissioner Perdue, who serves on our Southtown board, because my understanding is they work really closely to be able to do that capture as well. So that was significant.
Yes.
And so this is a very exciting project. A lot of individuals involved, a lot of access to hopefully connect all over the city. So any other comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 8 is a resolution scheduling a public hearing for February 11, 2025 to consider a brownfield plan amendment for the West Michigan Hispanic Chamber of Commerce headquarters project, which is located at 1101 Godfrey Avenue Southwest, Unit 2.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
So you may be familiar with the address here. At the last commission day, we looked at an Oprah abatement, so an Oprah district and certificates for 2 different properties, including 1101 Godfrey. There are a few different buildings on this site, and so one of those buildings will be demolished and is tapping a different tool, so unrelated to what we did 2 weeks ago, dedicated to the brownfield traditional eligible activities to the tune of $513,450 to propose their headquarters. So pretty exciting project.
Great. Colleagues, any comments or questions? I'll just add, there's going to be a lot of activity happening over here with factory yards as well as that. I'm not sure what's happening with the Kensington building for GRPS, but certainly a lot of activity and hopefully a good connection point. So hearing no other comments, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 9 is a resolution scheduling a public hearing for February 11th, 2025 to consider an obsolete property rehabilitation district pursuant to Public Act 146 of 2000 for 1007 Wealthy Street LLC at 1007 Wealthy Street Southeast.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
Yes, this is the building between the Electric Cheetah and the Meanwhile along Wealthy, and going to activate the main floor with commercial and 4 new residential units up top.
Any comments or questions? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. And I'm just looking at, so we just did number 9, because we did Wealthy Street. And the next one, is this
The certificate.
it's their certificate versus the district?
So
Okay.
same project.
Thank you. I just want to make
No
sure I'm
problem.
reading that correctly. It's better to be safe than sorry, mister. All right, so item number 10 is a resolution scheduling a public hearing for February 11, 2025 to consider an obsolete property rehabilitation certificate pursuant to Public Act 146 of 2000 for 1007 Wealthy Street LLC at 1007 Wealthy Street Southeast.
So moved.
Support.
I have nothing
I
further
was
to
going
add.
to say, I'm going to guess no other comments. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. And I think that is all of our action items. So we can go ahead and adjourn this Community Development Committee at 9:26.
A resolution on the existing Grand Rapids Social District and adding 3 locations to common area. Who can I speak on that?
So moved.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Yes, the clerk's office was initially looking at expanding the existing downtown Grand Rapids Social District to add space for new restaurants to use the common area. We contacted GRI. They had some other ideas as well. I think we have Mark Miller here from DGRI to answer any questions that we might have.
Morning, Mr.
morning.
Miller.
Can you turn the mic on there, Mr. Miller? Press the button, please.
There we go. Okay, so this is an amendment to our existing downtown district. It is, so that district's been in place since about August of 2020. It has been modified a few times over that period of time Today, it represents probably the largest geographic district in the state of Michigan, and also the largest number of participants within the district. So we've been managing that for about 4 years now. And this most recent amendment is to add 3 different areas to the existing district. It's just kind of connecting pieces and parts of it. The first one is on Ottawa Avenue in Monroe North, and that's a leg of Ottawa Avenue that extends up to the new Silva project. The owner of Silva has expressed a desire to be included in this, and he is going through his state permits and city process to get that participant license. So we want to add that piece to incorporate him into the district. And then 2 other legs of this are the west side of the river from Bridge Street to the 6th Street Bridge, roughly adjacent to Bridgewater Place. So that just connects a piece of the riverfront and river trail to the district. And then the other one is a small segment that's adjacent to the post office that runs from roughly the 555 lot to Michigan Street. And so it's those 3 pieces. The last 2 pieces that I referenced are really in an effort to continue to promote the river, and as we begin to build some of these river connections over the course of the next 2 years, to begin to help to activate that and provide some connection to the various pieces and parts of this district today. So I'm happy to take any questions about this.
I guess my first, sorry, anyone have any questions? So I guess my first question would be, historically, alcohol is not an unmixed good, and public intoxication is also always something that communities have been concerned about. Your first leg of these 3 is to connect up to a restaurant, and the theory behind these districts, as I understand it, roughly is, if people want to be able to be outdoors at the restaurant, if they want to be around the restaurant, and there's a little bit of spillover, it makes some sense to give them buffer zones. And maybe that's not a fair characterization, but that's sort of my sense of, if there are 5 restaurants along Wealthy Street and you want to take your cocktail down from one and wander down and look and get yourself an ice cream cone, maybe you don't have to leave your cocktail behind. The second and third one look like areas that you might have concerns about public intoxication. So if there's no one providing alcohol there and you're just allowing people to have alcohol along the river, could you speak to that a little bit? I mean, if there's no direct economic benefit, it's just, let's let people have alcohol out in public spaces more often, there's a potential public order issue there.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. And going back to some of when we were initially conceiving this back in 2020, some of those same questions arose, and we took a relatively cautious approach to the district. We actually created 3 different districts within the downtown. So there was a west side one, a north one, and then a central city one. And we didn't connect them at all. Like, they were 3 distinct. So you couldn't, in theory, legally, you could not take a drink from downtown and walk over to Bridge Street. There was a disconnection. And I think as we started to talk to people about this, not only the restaurateurs and the bar owners, but also people who were using the district, and in particular residents who would sometimes find themselves at a bar getting a drink to go and not feeling like they could go home with the drink because the districts weren't connected. So there was a point in time, I think it was probably 21 or 22, where we brought back to the City Commission to amend the district to make all of those 3 districts one district and really be proactive in connecting that to address some of those concerns. I think in the process of doing that, we also had a lot of collaboration with the Grand Rapids Police Department for the very reasons that you suggest. I think that we had a lot of initial concerns about minors drinking, about public drunkenness or misuse of this program, and also litter. I mean, litter was probably the biggest one. And as we did our own analysis of this, and as we talked to many folks about this, including GRPD, most of those things were not issues. We didn't see an increase or uptick in any of that behavior. We didn't see an increase even in trash. So I think that there was a general comfort level to connect all of those, and I think that this is just another extension of that as we continue to think about this district in a proactive way and how it connects various pieces and parts to the downtown. Hi, Lou.
Hi, Mark. Mayor and Commissioners, I just want to offer also one additional brief clarification. These social districts are not open container districts in a broadly understood sense. The only beverages that can be consumed there are in a labeled, approved container that has the name of the district and the name of the business that sold it. And so it's not the sort of thing where we allow just any beverage to be drunk in these areas. It has to be one of those sold by a licensed business in that approved container.
So I'm just going to throw this out for my fellow commissioners. Like, we are here talking about this issue right now, and we can vote how we're going to vote on it. But for me, I go a couple other places on this. So I just gave the sort of law and order argument against this. I think that there's an equality argument to be made here on the other side. So I grew up in a neighborhood where in the alley behind my house, there were folks who drank all the day, and they all drank out of brown paper bags because then they could have some kind of plausible cover when the police drove by that they weren't drinking alcohol. Now, I remember the first time I tried to explain that to a staffer who lived in East Grand Rapids, and he was like, "Are you telling me that if I walk down the street with my glass of Chardonnay, it's against the law?" So people with a certain level of privilege don't even understand that open intox is a crime. Because it's a crime that gets unequally enforced, and I'm pretty firmly convinced of that. So then the question is, if we're going to sort of piece by piece allow people who have enough money to go out to a nice fashionable restaurant, drink in public, because we trust them, right? Because they're nice people and they go to nice restaurants. I'm not sure that we don't have a pretty compelling argument that we should take a look at the city code and say, well, if we have drunk and disorderly as a crime, and if we have alcohol in a car as a crime, and those continue to be crimes for obvious reasons, those are both socially undesirable things. How is it desirable that I go to a restaurant and I drink a cocktail out in front of it, but if I have a beer and I walk down and talk to my neighbor in my neighborhood, that's a crime? So I think frankly we're maybe at the tipping point where if we're starting to make social districts where there aren't even any nearly available restaurants, we're sort of creating this prosecution-free zone for people who are part of a certain class and a certain set in a neighborhood downtown, or other prosperous places like around the Wealthy Street corridor or wherever. I think we ought to frankly ask ourselves why we're in the business of prosecuting people for open intoxicants in general, if there's no negative behavior associated with it. And if there is negative behavior, there's a crime for it, like I said, drunk and disorderly. So whether having a beer in my neighborhood should be a crime, if we're doing this level of expansion to social districts, at some point we ought to re-examine that underlying premise and at least have that conversation. Commissioner Usasi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Mark, and thanks for the reminder, Lou. I think, kind of knowing where some of this social district came from, during COVID times, how do we continue to support the economy? I think just to recap on the district, so one is Silva, so really in our second ward, Commissioner, a lot of area being redeveloped there, Corwell now there. You said 555 to Michigan Street, so that's probably an area where you guys are doing a lot of activation. Atwater, probably not, to the mayor's point, probably not another restaurant right in there, but that's probably going to be a large activation site for you all. And very near City Built, which has done a lot of activation as well. And then what was the last one? Now I'm forgetting, sorry.
It's the other side of the river from there, so it would be adjacent to Bridgewater, and it basically connects Michigan
So kind of an
Street to
entry
the
point into the
bridge.
Bridge Street corridor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I think your comments, Mayor, I think are, important. I know we'll talk a little bit more in our legislative agenda about what are some of the things that we'd like to see, and certainly I think the city is focused on as state, and you have as well. What are the things that we can, look to decriminalize? What are the things that are creating these inequities? I would be supportive of that conversation. I also think, these areas are not, to me, so far away from other areas that I would have that concern. I think, Lou, talking about, the containers, this is really in an economic development vein, and we also have the chief here, and, to the point about what does that look like, and even what does that look like from the decrim. But I think that, I guess I'd like to stay on the resolution in front of us today, which is to add the items, and then can we pick up the decriminalization or some of those other pieces, which I think are very worthy to this conversation. So, that being said, I am supportive of adding these 3 locations to the common area, mostly from talking to Mr. Secchia about the area in Silva and really some of the activation that we would like to happen. And quite honestly, to get that next bridge into the Plainfield area, which I think is another business district in our 2nd ward that we'd like to see have more of that engagement to build up the work over there in our corridor improvement authority. So, thank you.
Any further discussion? No? Okay. Voice vote? Sorry, I'm still learning. Okay, I'd call for a vote on the resolution then. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Resolution passes. Next resolution is on and I'll ask perhaps for these to be discussed in a lump. Items number 2, 3, and 4 on our agenda are all related to the property on Godfrey that we're getting fairly familiar with, since it seems to be on the agenda every 2 weeks. So,
Accurate.
go ahead, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning,
I'm
everyone.
sorry, motion,
Support.
great, thank you.
Sorry.
Right on.
You're not wrong. Yes, you guys saw a public hearing on these buildings on January 14th. So what's before you is a resolution establishing the district and then the 2 exemptions associated to each of the addresses. What I want to just clarify, because I was confused about this as well, in a meeting earlier this week, is that the West Michigan Hispanic Chamber is actually demoing one of the buildings. And so they're taking advantage of a different tool, right? So that's the Brownfield Tax Increment Financing Tool. What we're talking about with the properties that Dennis Griffin owns is just the Oprah incentive. So I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of that. And so we've got about 90 jobs on between the buildings now, anticipate over 100 with these improvements to the tune of $14.2 million. We've got about 15% in aspirational commitments to micro-local, women-owned, and minority-owned businesses. And ultimately, this place is meant to serve as a creative hub for artists, nonprofit makers, and minority and women-owned small businesses. I'm happy to take any questions.
I'm gonna, any questions from commissioners? I have an off-the-wall question for you, and this is only because I suspect it's in your wheelhouse. We're looking at a very big parking lot there. Is that, does the math on that, is that developer-driven, or is that city requirements for that much parking? The reason I'm asking is because I know other cities have allowed for set-aside green space so that a developer could say, this can be grass, but if we decide we want parking and we need parking, we can turn that grass into parking, but it doesn't all have to start as asphalt.
Yes.
So I don't know if you could speak to that at all.
I am mainly focused on the buildings here, so I'd welcome Director Turkison.
Thank you, Mayor. So this has not gone through any site plan review. Conceptually,
the plan works, there's no major red flags, which is why we allow it or suggest that it's okay to proceed forward. Once we get into the site plan review, we will determine whether there is adequate parking. There does seem to be, at least, if not, there's sufficient parking, if not perhaps more parking than necessary per the code. We do have the option to do deferred parking, which means that we can have the space reserved on the site, but allow for the ownership to not build that parking until they determine that it's necessary. So there is flexibility in the future, but I would look at this as a conceptual plan.
Great, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, I think, and did you cover everything relevant to items 2, 3, and 4?
I did,
Since they're all Oprah, and it's all just different pieces of this same parcel,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Okay. All in favor of the resolutions 2, 3, and 4 on our agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Resolution passes.
Just want to get clarification from our city clerk. Do we have to vote on those Syria item 2, since it's listed separate? So you
Okay,
can take
sorry.
2, then 3. then-
Backing up and pretending I didn't say anything. Those in favor?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
So, and I think we better back up the motion then, because that wasn't clear either, it's just so we got a clear record. So I'd like a motion for item number 2 on the agenda.
So moved.
We got,
We got that one. We need one for the third item now.
well, except we didn't vote on 2 yet, right?
Oh, yeah, vote on 2.
Right. So let's sequentially,
I think as you added that, we should maybe call it again, because you had added the 2, 3, and 4, and then
Yeah.
go back and do 3, 4, and 5. That,
Sure.
yeah, I think I think Commissioner Yasasi's right on this. So,
So I'll move a resolution establishing the obsolete property rehabilitation district pursuant to Public Act 146 of 2000 for CGFH 955 Godfrey LLC at 945 and 1101 Godfrey Avenue Southwest. So I'll move that one.
support, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Moving on, item number 3 is the resolution approving the 10-year OPRA for 955 Godfrey LLC at 945 Godfrey. Moved to support.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And then the resolution passes. Item number 4, resolution for a 10-year OPRA for property at 955 Godfrey and 1101 Godfrey, units 1 and 3.
So moved.
Support. All in favor, say aye.
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 I think that's just 1101. We're on 3 or 4.
We're on item number 4.
Okay, it's just 1101.
Right, no, I said units 1 and 3 because it just said that parenthetically. So I think that maybe was a necessary clarification because item number 2 says 1101 Godfrey as well, so. I guess. So we have a motion, I have support for item number 4 on the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. Next, we will move on to presentation, pardon?
5. You got to do 5.
Oh, I'm sorry,
More.
moving back on the agenda.
A resolution approving professional services agreement.
Correct, that's where I was going to be moving, but yeah. So next on the agenda then, we have a resolution approving professional services agreement with Housing Kent in an amount not to exceed $100,000.
So moved.
Support.
Discussion?
Mayor, we have a staff briefing on it, and Ms. Behrens and our community partner is going to provide an overview before your vote.
So thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Just before handing it off to Eureka People, who is the Director of Housing Kent, I want to just open with the contract here would allow us to participate. We expect to continue to participate with Housing Kent, have been since its inception. As the organization moves into some of the alignment work that Ms. People is going to describe in more detail, we expect to be involved at many levels, and the contract that we are seeking approval of today would allow us to support those traditional backbone roles that will require more resources for Housing Kent to be able to provide to the benefit of the entire system and the spectrum of housing and housing stability that they are acting in that capacity for many, many organizations in Kent County, and looking forward to your questions on this topic after Ms. People goes through and provides a little bit more detail about the state of the work now and what is to come in the next couple of years.
That's good, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for your service. Again, my name is Eureka People, and I'm the president of Housing Kent. So I'm going to talk to you today about our State of Housing report that'll be released on February 19th, and some of the key findings and the key scope of work that'll be a part of our potential agreement. Housing Kent, as Ms. Behrens just spoke, is really representative of a network called the Housing Stability Alliance. That Housing Stability Alliance was formed by about 130 organizations as well as individuals in Kent County who were committed to accomplishing the mission of achieving housing stability for all in Kent County, Michigan. And that it could also be phrased as achieving house by choice, which means that everybody should be able to afford where they live and actually choose the neighborhood in which they would like to abide. The vision itself has three goals. The three goals are to increase affordable housing, to dissolve homelessness, and to eliminate racial disparities in the housing system. We work across the full continuum of housing, from no housing to house by choice, or to reframe it, we work in homelessness response, prevention and stabilization, and supply that represents the housing stability continuum. And our role is the through line throughout all of those activities in our community. The State of Housing report will be a complement, at least as we understand it, to some of the city's efforts underway. In fact, the city's been involved with Housing Kent even before we came to be, and that your staff participated in a 3-year community planning process that led to the formation of our organization with the Housing Stability Alliance. The city manager serves on our board. We've also done some partnership work when you did your public engagement pieces on housing, did some facilitation work for you related to some downtown unsheltered safety issues, as well as we allow your staff to invite your staff, rather, to participate often in the HSA, which is the Housing Stability Alliance convenings, and they serve as subject matter experts. And in fact, the one that Connie Bohatch did for us a couple of years ago was probably one of the highest rated Housing Stability Alliance meetings that we had. So we appreciate the expertise and the partnership with your staff thus far. We also recognize that as a city entity and a county as well, that you have wonderful community development departments that are doing stellar work in many regards, but don't have an entity solely dedicated to housing, and Housing Kent represents that entity and can complement the work of the city well moving forward. When it comes to today's presentation, again, it's focused on the State of Housing report, and some of you are familiar probably with our work, and since some of you aren't, I'll just review the problems that we are seeking to address, as well as our solution, and our solution really entails a roadmap of collective impact, our accomplishments to date, as well as the scope of implementation. So the problem, in a nutshell, is that we have about $300 million being invested annually from public and private philanthropic entities in the Kent County housing system. That may seem like a lot of money, but the truth be told, this dollar amount represents a fraction of the investment in housing in our community at large when you think about real estate value, real property values, and some other things. And even with this investment, I know oftentimes the first thing that comes to mind, and naturally so, is if we still have all this money going, why are we getting the outcomes that we have? And part of that is not an indictment on the nonprofits or the public sector or the private sector that's working in this area, as much as it is a call for a comprehensive strategic approach in order to address the issues of housing at scale, because these issues are decades in the making, and it's going to take us decades to get out. But we believe we can see measurable progress within a reasonable period of time. And that's what the State of Housing report is designed to do. So some of the major gaps in the system that the system's produced thus far, we know that at least in terms of for sale housing, one, there are very few
entry-level homes at the entry-level price point, if any, in Kent County to date. And people who are earning the median wage don't have enough to qualify for a home, even to afford an entry-level home if it should exist on the market. There's about a $20,000 gap per household regarding that. We know when it comes to renters, 1 in 2 renters in Kent County are living cost burden, and they're paying actually about $400 or $500 more in rent than what they could actually afford. We also know on the supply side, we have a 35,000 unit deficit in terms of housing supply that we need. And the number of people experiencing homelessness, especially post-pandemic, has been on a steady increase. So then when it comes to the nonprofit community, specifically those serving in the Housing Stability Alliance, there's a gap, at least from their perspective, in terms of the resources that they need to be able to meet the increasing and very complex demands to provide housing stability for all. So our solution, again, it really is the system alignment and coordination. Oftentimes when I speak about that, people are a little unclear on what that means. So I'll just share a quick example. For example, if we were all in commercial real estate development and we needed to purchase steel as a major material for us to build commercial real estate, if the purchasing department were to find steel on sale and then all of a sudden purchase an excess of steel because they got a good deal on it, and they would be celebrating, saying, oh my God, look at the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we've saved the company because we bought the steel on sale. But the problem is oftentimes is that they didn't coordinate, if you will, effectively with warehousing. And if warehousing doesn't have the capacity to hold the stockpile of steel, then that steel is going to not be in an enclosed area and sit outside. It's going to be exposed to the elements and rust, and eventually end up costing the company more to dispose of the rusted steel and the wasted staff time to address it than the cost savings of purchasing the steel on sale in the first place. And so that's just an example of what we mean by the need for alignment and coordination. This, in our case, we're not talking about steel, but we're actually talking about human lives, the stability of families and households and individuals that need to be able to have a well-coordinated housing system. So you will hear pockets of success in our system, much like the purchasing department buying steel at a discount rate. But even those pockets of success, if not well coordinated with the entire system, could lead to and will continue to lead to the negative trends in housing stability that we've seen over the last decade or so. And so that's what we're talking about with system alignment and coordination. And so it begs the need for a comprehensive housing strategy that looks across homelessness, prevention and stabilization, as well as supply. Our report does that, and it focuses on a few strategic high-impact projects for the community to rally around so that we can get measurable outcomes and strengthen our accountability for those outcomes, as well as to expand the public, private, and social sector partnerships. So with that, I told you our solution really is on a 10-year horizon. One of our staff always speaks about collective impact as measured in decades, not in years. And so we have a 10-year plan. The first 3 years have already been completed. We're in year 4 now, and we believe that we're right on task. The first segment of activities was really built on building our infrastructure through data, community engagement, relationship building, trust, and some policy kind of legwork. And now we're ready to implement the State of Housing report. Some of the things that we've done that will contribute to the development of that report, again, we have our Housing Stability Alliance data dashboard, which represents, quite frankly, to our understanding, the first of its kind, where the comprehensive story of housing is told in one place and made publicly accessible. We recognize that work on data and dashboards have preceded us, but this is a little unique in that it's really a community tool and not an organizational tool or a government tool. The State of Housing report, again, will be the main thing that we're talking about. And then, of course, we have lived experience profiles because we at Housing Kent firmly believe that the people who are most impacted by the system know the system better than many of us who are making the decisions, and therefore they serve as our innovators and our partners to really make sure that we design solutions that are equitable and effective. Together, we're really starting to begin to see a shift now in terms of moving away from the
siloed systems that we're in, the isolated, uncoordinated efforts, to more coordination among our partners. And many of them are taking our model and, quite frankly, applying it to their own businesses and their own way of looking at the systems that they support. And so there's a lot of opportunity and growth there. So in terms of the State of Housing report, in and itself, some of the key differentiators that I'll highlight for you today, it's really the total system alignment vision, the strategic high impact priority projects, as well as the role of Housing Kent as the only entity in Kent County that's really dedicated to looking at the housing system at scale. The vision for the total system alignment, it really is public, private, social sector, philanthropy, nonprofits, corporations, education, transportation, ultimately all aligning their set of activities to our State of Housing report findings, and specifically over time being able to track and monitor their progress against the data that's reported in our Housing Stability Alliance dashboard. The 5-year priority projects, again, they were identified because we needed to rally the community around a key set of activities. And even though some of the work in housing is not on here, such as emergency shelter. We're not saying that emergency shelter is not still important. We're just saying that we believe that we need to create some new pathways, especially in that prevention and stabilization space and the supply side, so that people really at some point won't have as much as demand for emergency shelter. So there's a strategy and a logic behind everything. The priority projects, I'll just read them for you, but we can talk about them more in detail at another time or later today in your questions. On the homeless response side, it really is about equipping the system to be able to more effectively and quickly resolve issues of homelessness as they are occurring. And with that, the projects are 100 and 100, which is dealing with chronic homelessness, and the enhanced coordinated entry system, which is really the technology platform that will allow for a more seamless sharing of resources and an equitable distribution of those resources to go to people in highest need. In the middle of prevention and stabilization, the focus is really on stabilizing cost burden renters. And in order to do that, we have an HSA eviction prevention task force that's cross-sector, cross-functional, that's really dealing with trying to put in some effective case management, as well as some flexible cash assistance, so that when the car breaks down, you can get the $500 to fix your car to mitigate or head off the trajectory of getting evicted and or homeless, because then you become behind in your payments. The other thing that some of us are pretty excited about is a partnership with Bank of America, and it's looking for engaging employers in a different way related to housing stability. Many employers do a stellar job, again, of volunteerism and of giving, but this is to look inward to kind of create an employee benefits package that will allow their employees, especially those who are earning lower incomes, to be able to find housing stability. And there's a wide array of options, and so we'll be piloting that once we find a partner. On the supply side, these two coupled together, it's gap financing as well as the Kent County Corridor Strategy. The gap financing piece, as many of you are aware, especially with the Grand Rapids Affordable Fund Board, that many of the subsidized housing requirements that we have, because of the supply costs, the increase in labor costs, they now have a gap, if you will, in their financial capital stack. And so this is a way to kind of bridge that so they can actually build the subsidized housing. And then the corridor strategy is simply trying to find areas in Kent County that have the infrastructure in place for housing community, but currently does not have housing development, in order to bring resources of a diversity of types of housing and mixed-use developments in order to be able to do that. And of course, through everything is the lens of equity, and so the Fair Housing Center will be partnering with them to bring education and awareness. It could also be special purpose credit programs for financing and some other opportunities that aren't yet deployed in our community but could really benefit. At the end of the day, again, these priority projects are geared to take this big system and funnel it into a key set of measurable items that will be reported on our dashboard, and then really facilitate system learning so that we can finally, as a collective community, be in a place to be able to look at the same data, interpret the same way, and then figure out how to generate innovation and solutions to really move the needle forward. When it comes to Housing Kent, our role is strategic and then also important. Again, we are the only entity designed in Kent County, at least through the HSA, that's focused on dissolving the problems across the entire housing stability continuum. And so if you think about us, think about data and research to be able to inform decision-making or to expand the content that we're looking at when we're talking about what solutions could actually be effective in our community. Think about the community engagement pieces, but specifically think more about problem solving, facilitation for more effective problem solving across sectors, as well as some policy education and awareness building for the public. And so we'll provide those services for the priority projects as well as the integrated solutions framework. The other piece that I was asked to provide is to talk to you because, again, housing is not necessarily your only work, but about the differences between the housing providers that are out there that are working at the system level. So you have the Grand Rapids Area Coalition, which is the COC. There's Housing Next, both of which I'm sure you've heard from, and then the Permanent Housing Coordination Council, which is primarily the affordable housing developers. How we differ is really like in scope as well as our customers, our competencies, and the role in problem solving. And so our scope of work, again, it's the full continuum, homeless response, prevention and stabilization and supply. And we're working on that coordination piece so that no steel is rusting in the system and we could actually produce outcomes that begin to trend in a positive direction. Most of our other convening partners are focused in depth. So we have breadth, they have depth, in a single subject matter expertise in one area of the continuum, such as housing supply or homelessness. Our primary customer are individuals like you, organizations, institutions, local units of government that are seeking to make decisions about resources. Our partners' primary customers are really the individuals and families that are on the beneficiaries of programs and services. When it comes to our role in problem solving, if you're familiar with the model of dissolving, solving, and managing problems, we're squarely in the dissolving problems, which is really getting at the underlying conditions as to why the inequities exist in the housing system in the first place, and then how do we put strategies in place to be able to address those inequities, whereas our partner's role is typically around the more acute or immediate demands in the housing system with managing and solving like the current short-term crisis, such as somebody's homeless, or how many shelter beds do we need, or how many units do we need in terms of meeting our supply demand. So with that, we believe that our partnership with the city, again, we've been in partnership with the city since before our inception. We're looking forward to a long-standing partnership continuing, and your staff have been super instrumental, not only in the Housing Stability Alliance formation, technical content experts, but also just support for our staff in terms of our thinking holistically about housing stability. And so we believe that our partnership is going to take us one step closer to that. And we look forward to your questions now, or I think our board co-chair, Tasha Blackman, is going to give some comments, and then I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'll have to share with you all, just yesterday I celebrated 20 years of service to Cherry Health. And during that time, I've been reflecting on the impact that we've made as a community, as an organization, but it's also gotten me to think about how far we need to go. We've got a ways to go. So when Mayor Bliss asked me to co-chair Housing Kent, I was like, I'm not a housing expert, I'm healthcare. Healthcare is my jam. And I learned very quickly that you don't tell the mayor no. So Mayor LeGrand, Nobody's going to tell you no. So if any of you all have ever created a startup, you know how difficult it is, right? It's very challenging. It can be bumpy in the beginning. And I think people initially struggle to understand the value of Housing Kent. They really struggle to understand it. But I think now they're beginning to understand that the collective impact model is the way forward. I think they're understanding this now. And now I think many of our housing providers can't even imagine a community without Housing Kent. Now, as a native Grand Rapidian, I've seen this work attempted many times. I'm born and raised here. I love my city. I've seen it attempted many times. And some of those times it's really gotten up off the ground, but then it falls flat. But because of the vision of the Housing Stability Alliance and Housing Kent, this entire team here, you all, they're phenomenal. We've been able to push this thing further than we've ever pushed it before. And I think, one of the things that I'm struck by is that we have to do something we've never done to have an outcome that we've never had. Housing Kent is a good investment. It is a good investment. It is our way forward. So I'm just asking all of you commissioners who care about the city to really think about how we invest in housing in our community, and Housing Kent is a good investment. Thank you.
All right, Mayor, I think this concludes the staff's and partner briefing on the item. I do want to thank Ms. Peoples and Ms. Blackman for their work in this, and all the Housing Kent Board and the staff as well. And I'll just say I agree. I've seen lots of divide on matters of housing through the time I've been here, but I have recently seen the community come together more so now than ever before. And so I think some of the tension and conflict in the past has been necessary, but I think we are on a more collective view of the work that we have now. And it's not just, it's to the credit of a lot of people, not just Housing Kent, and the people who often have divergent views on the same issues. And so I know that there's been a lot of dialogue about at what perspective different groups need to have, and the answer is we need to have them all come together. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Commissioner Knight.
Thank you for that presentation. This has always been a pain point for me, and so I really appreciate the work that's been done on this. I'm wondering, with the gap financing, who we've been talking to in the private sector in our community, and how close are we to getting somebody on board, and then what does that look like, right? Is it a certain amount per person, or is it based on, whatever their income is? Because we know that that's one of the bigger issues when people are behind on their rent and then they risk eviction, is because something happens, like life happens, right? And they don't have that extra, so they're, the robbing Peter to pay Paul. I don't even know if Peter exists. So just wondering how close we are in bringing somebody to the table to really talk about that, and what that looks like in the near future, in the next, 6 months to a year.
Yeah, well, within the next 12 months, we anticipate that we will have a better understanding of which partners in the community will be most aligned with the gap financing piece, as well as bringing in partnership from the state, because a lot of that money will depend also on low-income housing tax credits and a few other benefits or programs that we might be able to get there, as well as look at the federal government. What's going to end up happening right now is that Housing Next is our lead partner in that regard, and we are on the ground floor of this gap financing piece. And so we've set some clear goals, which I can't articulate to you at this very moment because I need to look at them, but some clear goals for subsidized housing units. The complement that Housing Kent brings to the table is that we are actually laser focused on making sure that those subsidized housing units get into the neighborhoods that are most in need, and really look at that through an equity lens. So we are in the planning phase, and we could report back probably in the next couple of months with a little bit more detail to answer your specific questions on who, what, when, where, and how. And that I look forward to coming back and sharing with you with one of our partner organizations.
Thank you.
Commissioner Belcheck.
Just to clarify, I have 3 questions, but the gap financing is for the developers, correct?
Correct.
And eviction prevention is for working like case management or other wraparound services to help cost-burdened
Yes.
renters?
Yes. So the gap financing would help developers to be able to build subsidized housing units, which would target moderate to low income individuals and families. The eviction prevention is kind of like a comprehensive program shift that builds off of UPSERA. The United Way is our key partner on the programmatic side, and it consists of intensive case management. It consists of flexible cash assistance, again, for people who might have some emergency situations that come up and just need to be bridged over. It also has a couple of other components. One is a landlord-tenant engagement strategy to bring landlords and tenants together to mediate some of their concerns in order to mitigate eviction. And the fourth component is a predictive analytics piece, which Housing Kent leads, and that's really to build an integrated data system that will allow us to look at county data, police data, other data, in order to be able to identify families upstream of their issue, and therefore be able to target the limited resources that we have to get them upstream, again, as a prevention strategy.
And my understanding is, working with the Fair Housing, there's a lot of, like, a fair housing study going on, and that includes transportation and where's the housing and where is it needed and where's the equity and all that. So I'm understanding that to be included in this. I did visit Well House recently, and they mentioned that they have some units coming online that are going to have, they need that gap financing in order to make the model work anymore. So I'd be interested in knowing and learning more about that. And really, I guess my question would be, looking at this 10-year horizon, how can we shrink that? And really challenge everybody here in the conversation as an alliance to be thinking, how quickly can we be implementing things, and maybe, pushing that a little bit. And then to that end, what are we actually reporting on this dashboard that will be available to everyone? Is it housing units? Could you describe a little more?
Yes. Okay, so back to the first question I heard you say, which is was the learning more about gap financing. So as I just mentioned with Commissioner Knight, we can come back and share a little bit more in detail with you when we actually have the plan mapped out with number of units that we're targeting, sources that we'll be targeting, and some other things. And then hopefully we can partner with the city to facilitate moving that forward. The second thing I heard you talk about was the timeline, the 10-year timeline. Can we shrink it? How we shrink it, if you will, is we clearly identify measurable outcomes and goals every year in that 10-year timeline in order to demonstrate forward movement and progress. With the infrastructure in place now with a dashboard, we as a community are now able to do that, whereas before we weren't able to do that because there was no one-stop shop publicly accessible vehicle for people to look at and do that. So then when it comes to the dashboard, what's on there? The dashboard has a metrics library that deals with housing affordability. So it does talk about vacancy rates, it talks about supply, it measures, again, the gap in terms of cost burden. We have the homeless response numbers from their point in time counts. We have all the racial equity data that, quite frankly, is disheartening and alarming, and just a plethora of data available. And so we're working now with our priority partners to kind of identify what are the most salient measures we believe we can begin to move within a year to 3-year time frame. And then we'll be publishing those on the dashboard and tracking that as well as with the macro indicators.
When is that dashboard expected?
The dashboard is already up.
Okay.
Yeah, the dashboard's already up. And then our work with the priority partners to kind of like map out where we can look for progress over the next year, 2 or 3 years, that's underway. We just formed that group at the end of last year, so we've only had our second meeting. But our team, our data person is really working with them to identify those measures and goals. So I expect them to be up within the quarter.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kilgore.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Peoples, for your presentation and for your staff's work. I had a really good time at the special convening in October, and I would just like to know, for folks who would like to get more experience with this work, when the next convening is.
Yep, the next committee convening will be, what's the date? March 13th, from 9 to noon.
Yes.
Where?
Oh, it will be in the Health Sciences Building, Grand Valley State University.
There you go. Health Sciences Building, Grand Valley State University. You can also get on our website and fill out the information piece, and you'll automatically be on our newsletter list, and that will also communicate all our convening dates, which we'll have 2 in 2025.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Commissioner Perdue.
Thank you for the presentation. It's been really exciting to watch the work evolve, and I ditto your team being so awesome, so thank you. I checked out the dashboard as soon as it was published, and so it looks amazing, has a really amazing and thoughtful metrics, so thank you. Just one follow-up, or just one follow-up question, more so out of curiosity, the integration and alignment of strategic plans for the organizations, I'm curious, has that already started, and how broad do you see that integration? Is it kind of all the organizations that have engaged? Have they all signed on to that already? I just think that's such a powerful strategy. So I'm just so curious about where it is now, or will that come with the gap financing update?
Well, thank you for that. So the integration of the strategic planning pieces has already started. Leading up to the production of the State of Housing Report, we've met with the city to talk about alignment of strategic plans with the State of Housing Report. We've also met with county representatives, and there's receptivity to that. Housing Kent, myself specifically, will serve on the county strategic planning process for 2025 for their 2026 strategic plan. In terms of organization, most of the State of Housing Report takes into consideration the strategic plans of our key partners, such as the Grand Rapids Area Coalition to End Homelessness and others, and we really just kind of integrated collaboratively some of the goals and outcomes that they've already articulated, and just put them all in one place, if you will, through the State of Housing Report. And then again, we're looking at the sight line through all of it to see where we can have the most impact.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can ask a couple foundational questions, I didn't see any other questions. No, Commissioner Isasi, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. People. And I remember this was probably almost 2 years ago now, Commissioner, and I went out after a commission meeting, and we saw you after a long day at Housing Kent. And I think that, we look at these timelines and pieces, quite honestly, to be able to stand up the data dashboard pieces, the detail that's gone into it, really, I think what Ms. Blackman talked about, just setting up something new and different, has actually happened at a pretty rapid pace. I also know and thank City Manager and Mayor Bliss, and I know Ms. Behrens, you've been really active with the COC, that we've been kind of able to see this shaping and happening, and this was something probably even a year ago. I don't think we're in the business of sort of, in the nonprofit world has been the most competitive world I've ever worked in. And I worked in public companies and, all these other places, but this has been the most competitive. And I think our role is not to pick, for a lack of a better word, winners and losers in this space, but how are all these things connected and coordinated? And that's what I've appreciated, I think, about over the last, 2 years, to really try to reclaim that, to say that, to be okay with the conflict. And so seeing this come before us, I'm glad to hear about some of those pieces, particularly on the gap financing. I'd love to know, don't have to answer this now, obviously, as you're saying, is going to come back. How do we integrate some of our alternative lenders, other CDFIs that are really active in community development space, and understanding some of the capital that they've been able to capture at a low cost, and how could we put that into the system as well? So thanks for this. I'll look forward to supporting this resolution.
Thank you.
So, I'm new at this job, so I just a couple foundational questions for me. Our resolution here is a proposal to give you $100,000 to support implementation of priority projects. So I wonder if you can speak a little bit more to what support you'd be giving. And if these are projects that are happening anyway, how are you supporting them?
Yes. So the specific support that the $100,000 will help accelerate or advance is really Housing Kent's backbone work. So that's with the data and the research components, the community engagement pieces and the collaborative problem solving, as well as helping the community really rally around a set of policy investment and collaborative strategies or approaches that will be able to, again, advance housing stability for everyone living in the city and in the county. And so those are kind of like generically stated, but it's really if the city, for example, or with one of our priority projects, let me just lift up 100 and 100 because I think most of you are familiar with that, like, addressing the chronic homelessness issue in Kent County. What we would do to help support that project one is make sure that all that data, or at least the key pieces of data, are reported out on our dashboard so that the community, again, can see progress, so that decision makers like you won't have to go to 15,000 websites in order to figure something out, but you'll see it all in a comprehensive place, and also the public can have access to that. We'll also use our infrastructure in the Housing Stability Alliance. So we have a policy and advocacy group. We have an investment and sustainability group who will then look at 100 and 100 in chronic homelessness and then identify, again, a set of policy solutions, a set of investment solutions in partnership with that group in order to be able to accelerate or move that work forward. The other piece that ends up happening with that is 100 and 100. Again, it's one part of the continuum, and specifically it's narrowly sliced to about 260 individuals. We've done, we will do some economic analysis, which is actually already in our State of Housing report, to help people to understand that by addressing this issue, here's the potential cost savings in federal and in city and in low and county government dollars, and then be able to use that return on investment then to begin to facilitate different conversations with decision makers in order to be able to show the value of the investment, and not only the value of the investment, but the downstream effects in terms of freeing up dollars that could be utilized in other areas of government. The final thing kind of that we do overall is make sure that that work, kind of like that example I shared, is connected with all of the other work. So there's work with a different set of people that are working on prevention and stabilization, work and supply, and then again, it's what's the through line or the sight line through all of that to make sure that it's well coordinated as a part of the system and working in tandem so that we really can see the system improve on behalf of individuals and families and not just individual components. Is that clear enough? Or
Yeah, that helped.
Okay.
What's your current budget?
Organizational budget is around $850,000, $900,000 a year.
Okay, so this would bump you up about 10%?
Yeah, about 10.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Any other questions from my colleagues? Okay, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Behrens, did you want to add?
Nope,
Oh, great.
questions for
Okay,
the vote.
well then I will call the question. Do I hear a motion of support? Oh, we already got that? Sorry, it's been so long. It's about an hour ago we started that presentation. So I'll call the question then. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Now I'd ask I'd make a request that we move into closed session so that we can have a discussion about a legal opinion from our city attorney. So I'd ask I believe that has to be a roll call vote. So I ask for a motion to move into closed session.
So moved.
Support.
Okay, Commissioner Belcher, do I call this or do you call this?
You typically do, but
Okay.
I can if you'd like.
No, it's all right. Commissioner Belcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Perdue,
Yes.
Commissioner Sassi,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgore,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
and I will be also a yes. Thank you. We'll move into closed session. What are we doing? Starting 35 minutes. I would like to ask our city comptroller to come up. We're in the briefings part of this meeting and to talk about his report and Resident Guide to City Finances.
Good morning, Mayor and City Commissioners. In a few moments here, I will invite our representatives from Plant Moran, the city's licensed independent auditor. They're going to give us an overview of the city's fiscal year 2024 audit and the outcomes of that. After Plant Moran wraps up, I will be sharing some more information on our annual comprehensive financial report that we publish, and also sharing our Residents Guide to City Finances, which is a summary of that annual financial report. So with that, I'll welcome up Marie from Plant Moran.
Good morning, almost afternoon. Plant Moran continues to be appreciative of the opportunity to serve as the external auditors for the city. My name is Marie Stiegel. I'm the principal responsible for the audit. Also in the audience is Jessie Klist, and she's the manager for the audit. The external audit process touches most departments in the city in one way or another. We like to thank the individuals that we interacted with that provided information for the audit for their level of cooperation and responsiveness. This is especially a large undertaking for those personnel in the accounting and finance functions, as well as treasury, who balance our daily requests and questions during the process with their everyday duties. So we do especially acknowledge those individuals. I'm here today, as the comptroller mentioned, to provide an overview of the results of the June 30th, 2024 audit. You received 3 deliverables up at your seat this morning. The large bound document is the annual comprehensive financial report that contains our audit opinion. I'm happy to say that we issued an unmodified or clean audit opinion. So an unmodified opinion is the highest level of opinion that we can provide as the external auditor. That's really the gold star. So that's what you received. In addition to our audit opinion, auditing standards require us to communicate a number of other items to the commission. And you've received 2 additional printed deliverables. One has end of audit communications on the front, and I'll be just doing a quick overview of that document. And the other says report on internal controls at the top. So again, I'm just going to start with the end of audit communications, and what I'll do is cover the high level takeaways from that document. First, our audit responsibility. Our objective is to express an opinion on the financial statements, ensuring they are fairly presented in all material respects with generally accepted accounting principles. And the audit was also conducted as required under government auditing standards. There were no new accounting policies that were adopted this year. We do focus our audit on any key or sensitive estimates involved in preparing the financial statements. So those are things that rely on assumptions or various inputs to estimate. The key ones here include the net pension liability, the net other post-employment benefit liability, and the income tax refunds payable. So what we do is we test the assumptions and the inputs that go into measuring these estimates and ensure they are reasonable in relation to the financial statements, which we were able to do. I'm pleased to report that we didn't encounter any significant difficulties during the audit, and there were no disagreements with management throughout the process. As it relates to misstatements, we did not detect any misstatements. So in other words, there were no significant adjustments that needed to be proposed to the financial statements in order to provide our opinion. We did have a couple of recommendations related in this letter related to those sensitive estimates. These should just be revisited every year to make sure the assumptions and the inputs that go into them are still based on current data. So again, we were able to audit those with no issues. We just continue to recommend that they be revisited and make sure those assumptions and inputs continue to be current. There are some other sections within the annual comprehensive financial report that are not subject to our audit opinion. Those are the introductory and statistical sections in the front and back that are prepared by management. We do read those to make sure there's no inconsistencies related to the financial statements, which we have also done. The remainder of that letter is just some informational and legislative items that we share for your information, and we communicate with management on those as well. Namely, there are some new accounting standards that will be implemented in the next couple years. We've already begun to work with management on those to provide guidance and tools to help implement those standards. That covers the end of audit communications. I'll just quickly cover the key takeaways from the other deliverable, which is the report on internal control over financial reporting. As part of the audit, we don't provide an opinion on internal controls. That's not within the scope of an external auditor, but we are required to understand and evaluate the design and effectiveness of internal controls. We were able to do that, and the takeaway here is we did not have any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in those internal controls as defined by the auditing standards that were identified. We are also required to identify if there's any instances of noncompliance that would require reporting such that they would have a material impact on the financial statements, and I'm also happy to say that there was no matters related to noncompliance that were identified. The completed audit of the federal grants program, which is required and due within 9 months of the fiscal year end, is being completed at this time, and that report will be forthcoming. In conclusion, just to kind of wrap up my comments, just the main takeaways. Number one, the city received a clean audit opinion, the highest opinion we can provide. The audit was completed and submitted to the state on time, despite many competing demands on personnel's time. And we did not identify any findings in internal controls or related audit adjustments related to financial reporting. So really, what does this mean? If you are receiving interim financial information, it means that you can feel comfortable relying on that information. The books are in very good shape. I'd once again just like to extend our gratitude for the city staff cooperation and professionalism during the audit. I know the comptroller has some additional comments. I'm happy to answer any questions now or at the end of the presentation as well. Thank you.
Any questions on the audit from colleagues?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. So I know this was a clean, unmodified opinion. How many years has been that has been the status of the audit? I was trying to go back and look at my notes, but.
We have been auditing the city for, I believe, 7 years now, and it has always been an unmodified opinion. I can't speak to previous, but
Sure.
I don't know of any
Okay.
off the top.
Appreciate with the time that you all have done it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie and Jesse, and thank you to Plant Moran for the work that you do for the city. Next, what I want to talk to the commission here today is about our residents' guide to the city finances. So everyone here has a few materials with them. Of course, the annual comprehensive financial report, the 200-page book, is our important deliverable that contains all the city's audited financial statements. It has, asset schedules, debt and liability schedules, and a lot of, really good information, but a lot of details. So what our office has done for some time is produce a resident's guide to the city finances, which attempts to simplify and synthesize that information down to a level that's more digestible for residents and kind of cuts through a lot of detail and summarizes things. So that's what I want to take you through today. And one thing, I do want to mention this year is the first time we can put this in our residence guide, but the comptroller team in the city of Grand Rapids was awarded by GFOA an award for outstanding achievement in popular annual financial reporting for the first time for the production of this guide. It was reviewed by an independent panel of judges, basically making sure that this checks all the boxes for including all the necessary components of both the larger aquifer and being digestible for the average kind of resident to consume. So that was a big win for the city of Grand Rapids. Okay, so let's dive into it a little bit here. I always tell people, if you're very limited on time, I point them right to this page because this is a one-page financial overview of the fiscal year 2024 audit. So some kind of key high-level numbers here. We start with revenues and expenses. So government-wide city revenues were up just under 18% over the prior fiscal year, and expenses were also up as well. But as you can see, with that $558 million in revenue on the $455 million in expenses, that results in a change in the city's overall net position, which is a positive increase of $103 million. And so going to the kind of green and red area on the right, that ultimately impacts the city's overall net position. So kind of think of that as like our balance sheet. The city has approximately $2 billion in assets. So that's spread across a variety of things. Think land, infrastructure, machinery, cash, investments. And then on the liabilities side, we have outstanding debt. We have pension and OPEB liability. So the net of the city's assets and liabilities equals that positive $1.02 billion. And there was a positive or favorable increase in that during fiscal year 2024 because our revenues did exceed expenditures by that amount. Going down to the second row is more focused just on the general fund balance. And an important key figure there is that unassigned fund balance of $78.4 million. That is the amount of money that is unassigned or not constrained or committed to be spent on something already. And so that amount increased by $11.6 million during the fiscal year. Again, a positive increase. And what I think is important to note too is that in addition to that $78.4 million, the city also has $17.8 million reserved in a budget stabilization component of the general fund. So we have that $17.8 million in addition to the $78.4. So then going over, looking at outstanding debt, currently $534 million. Again, this is as of fiscal year 2024 end, so June 30th, 2024. That's not where things stand today, so it's basically 6 months ago. But during the fiscal year, the city issued $95 million in new debt and paid off $27 million in existing debt. So that resulted in a net increase of approximately $68 million to our overall debt. And we'll look at that a little bit more on another slide. The city's credit rating, as measured by Standard & Poor's, is AA. It is not the best credit rating, AAA, but it is still a very good one, and that's remained relatively stable for several years. The pension and benefits side, that 74% is a weighted average of the 5 OPEB and pension plans we have. We'll look at that a little bit more as well, but also very similar to where we were 1 year before that. So then the rest of the residence guide basically double clicks into all those figures that we just went over. And so for revenues, for example, we're trying to show the public, where the city's primary revenues are derived from and the amounts that we collect from those revenue sources. So like 85% of city revenue is derived from charges for service like water, sewage, and parking, and then of course income and property taxes, and then some operating grants that we receive. Same thing on the expense side, just showing the sources of main, city expenses. And again, over 80% can be boiled down to a few areas: public safety, public works, sewage disposal, water supply, and general government expenses. We provide a little extra detail with this vendor detail slide. So in addition to just looking at the overall high-level expenditures, this kind of boils down, it's approximately like the top 40 organizations, businesses, or other units of government that receive money from the City of Grand Rapids throughout the year. So it's just providing an extra layer of detail so people can get an idea of who the City of Grand Rapids, works with and does significant business with. This next slide covers tax abatements throughout the fiscal year 2024. There are several here, but again, about 3/4 of it falls, a lot of it kind of falls in a couple areas. And in this case, I think a lot of people are familiar with the brownfield abatements, and then the payment in lieu of taxes, the pilot program. About 3/4 of the abatements are, allocated in those two programs. And so next here, we have our net position slide. So this was walking from the beginning of fiscal year 2024 when we had, so basically a year before this past year's audit, we closed out with $917 million in terms of a positive net position, the net difference between our assets and liabilities. As a result of that approximately $100 million increase during 2024, we're now ended at $1.02 billion, and that just kind of walks it in a little more detail. This slide is more focused specifically on the general fund and kind of breaks down the revenue and expenditure sources in the general fund, and then also provides some details on those various fund balance components within the general fund. So you can see the total fund balance is $117 million, but the one that draws a lot of attention, of course, is the unassigned balance of $78 million, which I think the city has kept at a pretty healthy balance past several years, including this one. The debt slide here. So, of course, we talked about on the first page, $534 million in outstanding debt. But what we do on this slide, we splice that debt between like government and general obligation debt and business type debt or debt that's issued from our enterprise funds and operations, where the bulk of the city's debt is. So you can see about $400 million there and $133 million in government. The difference is kind of detailed there, but the debt on the business type side is, backed and contained in those funds by charges we assess and collect from users, whereas on the government debt side, we pledge, basically tax revenue there. So the taxpayer is more, on the hook for the government debt side. So overall, not a huge increase in our net total debt. But one thing I do, want to point out is that government general obligation debt side was between, I think, $50 and $60 million the year prior to this one. So that has more than doubled during this past fiscal year. And again, this is as of June 30th, 2024. So this doesn't reflect, any debt issued beyond that point. But usually this is a helpful chart in distinguishing between those two types of debt. And then we have here a slide just giving a high-level overview of the city's pension and OPEB obligations. It just has some general detail on the plans and the number of current and retirees, employees that we have participating in them. And so basically, the city has a net pension and other post-employment benefit plan liability of approximately $347 million, which is the difference between the total plan liabilities that we owe to people participating in the plans and the total amount of assets held in the plans. So, like overall, across all our plans, we're about 74% funded. That is very similar to where we were a year ago. There's generally always an opinion on, what the right balance of funding, a pension plan is. I don't express an opinion on that. I can tell you, though, that the state of Michigan has guidelines around what triggers or represents underfunded, and the city of Grand Rapids is not below those. So. Additionally, in this report, we just provide some helpful links to other important city financial reports like the budget plan, OPA, and then, of course, the bigger annual comprehensive financial report. So those resources are there, information on city officials and our form of government. And then in the appendix, we just include a kind of a more detailed listing of all the funds and the type of revenues and expenses that they account for at the city. So that concludes our, our residence guide for this year. This is available along with the ACFR out on the City of Grand Rapids website for the public and anyone that would like to view those reports. And so happy to take any questions at this time.
Any questions, colleagues, comments? Commissioner, I saw you first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Comptroller. Just a comment and then a question. Congratulations to yourself and the staff on this recognition from the GFOA. I am familiar with their organization through our city treasurer and was able to hear individuals present, so I think that is something to be highlighted and commended. Congratulations. I wanted to go to the slide as it related to the debt. I think that illustration is good. I didn't see, and it could be deeper into the document, but, noting the increase in the debt and noting, I think in the last year, obviously taking on some additional debt that is not being serviced directly by the city of Grand Rapids, but obviously we have some agreements, strengthen some of those pieces. Was that a discussion, or do you think that's of value to talk about where some of the other funding of the debt services is going to be coming from?
I certainly think it's of important context that, people, that the public has a good understanding of some of those arrangements and how those debt service payments are being made and supported. But I think there's a few different projects in there that, have impacted that. And I think I just want to be clear, I'm not expressing any opinion on the debt level, just merely pointing out objectively that the general obligation debt has increased more than I've seen in the past, and I think it's just important to be cognizant of that.
Thank you. Yeah, I think just, I guess I'll express my opinion that of perhaps that's something for us to consider. Either way, obviously we're taking it out with our our full credit rating and bond, so we have to recognize that. But to be able to just share. I don't know if it was you, Commissioner Perdue, or Commissioner Knight. I think it was you, Commissioner Perdue, really just saying how we're going to strengthen, like, what if individuals are unable to service this debt? What are those additional protections? So I think if there's an opportunity in the next Citizens Guide to be able to just talk about either some of those protections and, I know this is intended to be a snapshot, but I think that those were some important efforts that were taken last year. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate the comment, Commissioner, and I do think that, that's great context to add to future guides, so we'll definitely make note of that and include that next year.
Commissioner Belcheck first.
Well, I want to echo my fellow commissioner on the award, so congratulations. I want to say thank you because anytime we are not talking just in numbers or just in government speak or just developer speak. This is all really important. So as a highlight to show what we can do when we're communicating with citizens, I really appreciate the effort that it goes into to put together a snapshot like this, and I think that it is very useful. I like that there's links in here to all the different parts so people can go into more depth. And I know it's useful when I'm talking with the community to, be able to break it down like, well, this is where the money's going and this is where it's coming from, and having those pie charts available is really handy. But I guess my question for you is to just briefly on the $78 million unassigned, those are just things that are not line items in budget and held over? Maybe city manager? I don't know who the right person to address that question is.
I'll let the comptroller address it first, and I'll remark after.
Well, your statement is correct. Yeah, that is unassigned. So those funds at this point in time are not committed to a certain expenditure. If they are, they would be classified under a different type of balance. And the general fund is the only city fund that has that unassigned balance that is there for use on a variety of whatever the commission, the city manager chooses to.
So it could be used potentially depending on what's going on. Is what I'm hearing.
So part of the balance is at policy level. So if in total, we want at least a quarter of the year operating fund for the general fund with our both a 15% policy and a 10% reserve level, that's 25%. Then beyond that, there are some things we are planning for in the future that we'll be able to deliberate when we propose the budget as to how we eventually will use that fund balance, not in perhaps the next fiscal year, but over time. You'll see some projections showing the surplus decreasing quite a bit. So, but those are budget conversations we'll have in February. And Mayor, if I could, while I have the mic, just wanted to, first of all, thank the comptroller and the staff, both comptroller staff and all the city departments for their effort in making sure we have good reporting, and it's important for the public, it's important for our rating agencies and the debt that we issue, that we get the best rate. And I want to echo Commissioner Sasi's point in this, all the capital improvements, much of what we've done outside, much of what we've done as it relates to amphitheater and soccer stadium, there are other sources of revenue. Even though we're pledging and guaranteeing the debt with the general fund, we have revenue coming from the Downtown Development Authority. We have pledged revenue coming from the CAA, parking revenue for parking ramps. We also have pledged revenue coming from the county's hotel tax to help us with that. So I think that further helps the public understand that we're just not using all of our capacity, but there are other partner agencies that's helping us service the debt.
Thank you. Any other further comments? All right. Thank you, Mr. Comptroller.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, and if we are running up against the clock here, but brief report from Ms. Farrick about the the draft agenda for the legislative committee.
Mayor, and I did ask Mr. Kane to let the Public Safety Committee know that we may run about 15 minutes late. So the commission has that discretion. You can adjourn at 12:30, or you can start the Public Safety Committee about 15 minutes late.
Great.
Good afternoon. I am Karen Farrick, and I am the city's Government and Legislative Affairs Officer. And I just wanted to give a presentation, just a quick overview about what my office focuses on and my role with the city, as well as the legislative team. So I act as a legislative liaison, and effectively considered kind of an in-house lobbyist for the city. So I manage all of our legislative priorities, both at state and federal government, including the creation, elimination, modification, and this is all consistent with the adopted strategic plan. I also facilitate the adoption of the legislative priority agenda by the full city commission, which we'll be talking about here in just a minute or two. And I work with, stakeholders in the community in Lansing, DC, legislators and partners to find some common goals and advocate on behalf of the city for statutory changes that are consistent, again, with the strategic plan. I also advocate and do the applications for direct funding at the federal level, the congressionally directed spending and community-funded projects during the annual federal appropriations process, as well as at the state level, kind of otherwise known as earmarks. And then I manage and oversee the city's lobbyist contracts at the state and federal level with McKelvey Merchant and Associates in Lansing and Potomac Strategic in Washington, D.C. So the legislative team is made up of the mayor, Commissioner Robbins, and Commissioner Kilgore.
and then the city manager, and then my office. And the team makes recommendations for the legislative priority agenda, which again, we'll get to in a minute, and provides input on advocating for legislative policy and funding priorities on behalf of the city. So I'm going to skip through this. I did provide a couple of slides just to show some of the accomplishments that we've had, both on the policy level as well as on a budget funding investment level. So I'll let you take a look at some of those, at another time. But we've definitely seen a lot of money that's been coming into the city, and we've been pretty successful in getting some of those policy objectives accomplished. Okay, so now I'm going to get to the priority agenda, the legislative priority agenda. And so the way that the agenda has been laid out and is proposed for your consideration is the first portion of the agenda is really divided into the top priorities. So I guess the way to best look at that is those are the items and maybe the issues or initiatives that we're going to be mostly focused on and prioritizing our time in Lansing, DC, and otherwise on getting those accomplished. So the first category is renewable energy. And so right now we have support for community solar legislation. Also pursuing the removal of barriers to city production of renewable energy that would feed into the statewide energy grid to allow for long-term financing mechanisms for building city-owned solar capacity, such as what we've been exploring at Butterworth landfill. And then also seeking funding and removing legislative barriers to electrify the STEAM district using renewable energy sources. Under housing, we have specific items to remove barriers to density and promoting, I guess that should be increasing density and promoting statewide building codes that allow for lower cost housing construction mechanisms. Also, authorizing local units of government to increase transfer tax rates and earmarking those funds for housing initiatives, including lower cost rental units. And then incentivizing ADUs, or accessory dwelling units. Finally, under that category, amending the Property Assessed Clean Energy, or PACE, legislation and program to allow single-family residential to also be included in that program. Right now, it's just commercial. And then the next category is economic development. So in this category, we have eliminating the ground floor retail requirement in the Neighborhood Enterprise Zone Act, or NEZ, and align the notification requirements for public hearings with similar economic development incentive programs. The notification requirements are just a little bit more stringent for this act and not in alignment with other similar programs. Encouraging public investment in development programs that include increased housing to ensure all residents have safe, stable, and permanent housing. And then support for state and federal investment in economic development initiatives in urban areas on an equitable basis across the state. So then under state and federal investment priorities, we're looking for equitable funding for district courts statewide to alleviate the city expenditures for the 61st District Court for the city of Grand Rapids. Establishing a public safety trust fund that would be based on per capita funding and be more equitable. Pedestrian and bike safety improvements. The River Restoration and Revitalization Project, which has remained on this list for quite some time, and then lead service line replacement. And then under policy priorities, encouraging the use of National Association of City Transportation Officials, or NACDO standards for street design to provide more cycling-friendly cities. Advocating for an amendment to the federal law to allow for charging station at highway rest stops to encourage electrification of vehicles. Expanding investment options to allow the city to further diversify the portfolio as market conditions change. And amending state law to allow for a single property tax bill. So the next part of the agenda gets into the principles that will be used by the legislative team in considering legislative initiatives. So these are, again, priorities for the city in terms of understanding and evaluating and/or advocating for or against legislation. But these are the principles that the team uses when they're doing that. So the first one is preserving local authority as stated in the Home Rule City Act, particularly in the areas of employment, planning, zoning, and public works projects. The second item is encouraging, advocating, and supporting legislation that promotes equity, diversity, and inclusion for all, including protecting the rights of all LGBTQIA+ persons, hiring practices that promote equity, diversity, and inclusion for all, and allowing all Michigan residents to obtain a driver's license. We also have continued collaboration on reforms and investments for the betterment of all residents, including prevention of child-led poisoning and exposure, acknowledging racism as a public health crisis, and supporting policies and opportunities to dismantle structural racism and achieve health and social equity, support for legislation that would ban menthol and tobacco products, restoring and maintaining Michigan's infrastructure, addressing emerging contaminant response to lead, copper, and PFAS, protecting and ensuring long-term viability of pensions and OPEB, improving transit and mobility while focusing on the options for bike and pedestrian safety, and support for increased mental health services for those in crisis. We have supporting policies that address talent and workforce development opportunities to include increased investment for attraction and retention. And finally, promoting policy and investments that increase accessibility of affordable broadband service for residents, as well as robust broadband infrastructure that supports business growth, attraction, and retention. So this was also reviewed at the cabinet level, and department feedback was provided on the following items from the proposed agenda that I'll just share with you. And if you have any questions, I think we have appropriate directors here that can come up and respond. So under top priority number 2 for housing, we're just wondering whether there was something specific that the city planning department isn't already doing with respect to increasing density and incentivizing ADUs that would require legislative intervention. And then concerns with prioritizing support for initiatives that would preempt local control. Under top priority number 5A for policy priorities, the mobility director would suggest alternative language concerning the NACTO standards. And then under top priority number 5B for policy priorities, the treasurer just was questioning why we would be prioritizing this change in federal law when there are no rest stops located in the city. So finally, on next steps, today is a briefing and discussion, and then the proposed legislative priority agenda for 2025 will be brought back before this committee of the whole for consideration at the first meeting in February on February 11th. And also, we are going to have for this year or starting with next month, all future meetings of the legislative team are going to be posted open meetings, and the anticipated schedule is monthly.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from colleagues? Commissioner Perdue.
Thank you for the presentation. This looks like a great summary of things that we've discussed in the past and opportunities that are coming up for us. I'd just like to make a few suggestions that are in line with what's already here, just in terms of feedback. So related to economic development, we spent some time talking about arts and culture. We issued the economic study to see, we issued a study to see the economic impact of arts and culture in our city. So under economic development, I would like to propose that we include investments for arts and culture and placemaking in the city. Relatedly, we are set to have a briefing on the outcome of the golf entertainment feasibility study. And so depending on the outcome of that, and if this body wants to move forward with pursuing that, kind of adding investment from the state and feds to invest in that, I think will be a really good addition here. And then finally, we've talked a lot about supporting our SIDS and bids over the last few months. I think there was general consensus, particularly at our retreat. And so I'm not sure where it fits in this document, but ensuring that there's effective governance models for our authorities, thinking about CIAs, bids, even the CAA. We've gotten some feedback being on those boards of barriers that are in place. So I just want us to be open to kind of what changes that can we make here locally or advocate on the state level to make sure we have effective governance and representative governance for those really important authorities.
Thank you. Good comments, good input.
Can we get clarification on that last one on the governance of the authorities so we can?
Early, I think it may be a little early, but Commissioner Pruder, you were gonna come back with some specific thoughts on that.
Yeah. I think there's some changes and some barriers at the local level, but probably mostly the state level around bids and around changing board size to make sure boards are representative. I'm thinking about the CAA, for example. We talked a lot about that body representing the public in order to manage public assets like the amphitheater, soccer stadium. The assets have increased 60% in the last year. And so I think how do we make sure that board continues to stay effective and continues to represent the public. And so that, for example, requires a state change. And I think there's similar examples for some of the bids. Many of our districts don't have bids, but they want to bid, but there's some barriers there. So some of it needs to be further explored, but I think it aligns with all of our priorities that we've talked about and where there's been consensus on this body to make sure that they have the support to do the best work.
Thanks. And I'll just add briefly here, we've had a lot of discussion about this individually and sort of case by case, but I'm hoping that this is very much a living document, and so we can come back and modify this because we are sort of talking with other levels of government, and so as things become more or less possible, if someone introduces a wonderful bill that we all like next week, I hope that, and having the legislative committee also not just meet, but also meet in an open meetings fashion means that we'll be able to, I hope, make this a more active and real-time process. So we don't have to be done thinking about these things, but thank you for flagging those issues, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any immediate thoughts?
Just to add a comment about the feedback that was provided, and I understand that the staff look at what we're already doing here at the city and make sure we're not duplicating efforts, but just also want to throw out there to be very careful about the determination of things that they don't feel is necessary, that we may have heard from our community, and that is very impactful for that community. And so want to just make sure that we're keeping that in mind as we continue to move forward.
Thanks. Anyone else? Commissioner Sazi.
Thank you. I think, the word priorities was not meant to be like plural, but here we are looking at all these priorities. There's obviously a lot of things that I think some of them are a carryover, some of them are really stating what our beliefs are. And I think, given just changes at the federal and state level, I would just encourage us, we can make our comments about what we support. And I would say I haven't given a prioritization. I'll give one of my top priorities, but we're not going to get all of this done. I think we just want to make sure to the public who might be watching that there are going to be things that are probably that didn't happen in the last legislative session, at least at the state level, and I am doubtful, but I'm glad that we're still going to say that out loud. That was like the first meeting of 2020 is, the ability for everyone to have driver's license for all, and it didn't get done last session, and I don't think it's going to get done this session, but I am glad that it's still in there. I think for me, it would really be focused on the piece on the district court funding, because I think that has a direct impact to our general fund and some of the other things that we might need to do on a local level, given changing priorities and investments at the federal level. I would also say certainly, I think across the city, but in the second ward, as we think about the other investments, is around the pedestrian and bike safety pieces. That is certainly will continue to be a priority. And then my last comment was on, we talked at the mid or the special session last week about the lead ordinance that we passed and kind of the dynamics that we're in. And so I know we have prevention of child lead poisoning and exposure. Are we, you can tell me like, hey, we feel like we're close to a fix there and that's why it's not on here, or I just want to make sure that one stays on top because that was a lot of work done on this body for that, and city staff. I don't see Ms. Bohach, but city staff, oh, there you are, for that ordinance change. Thanks.
Thanks. And, just to share with the public, Commissioner Kilgore.
Yeah, I have a question regarding staff. I'd just like to hear more on the second point here on department feedback, concerns with prioritizing support for initiatives that would preempt local control. I just want to hear more of what that concern is.
Yeah,
So-
who did you hear that concern from? Maybe they could come up and talk about it, or do you want to?
I'm happy to start the concern, because that's my concern, about unfunded mandates that are directed both at the state and federal level that both preempt our ability to decide what's in the best interest of our community. And I think there are some other concerns relative to zoning that, we want to have as much latitude as possible, knowing that one size does not always fit all communities. And so I think that was the concern. I don't want to speak on behalf solely on our planning director, but I think from the zoning perspective. So it's land use as well as unfunded mandates.
Yeah.
And cities, from the National League of Cities to Michigan Municipal League, have always fought to preserve as much right as possible as home rule cities, as being able to establish as much local control as possible.
Yeah, and I'll say that I certainly have, and I'll can share other people's. This is an appropriate thing, guys, perhaps for a general discussion. But my position on this is slightly different, and that is, I think that local control is a guiding, when in doubt, not a bad idea principle. But it's not an absolute value. So, for example, if there was something that was very, very good for the citizens of Michigan and the citizens of our city that preempted some of our local control, I certainly would be open to it. I don't think that local control is an absolute value. I think it's a guiding principle. And I think the same thing is true for unfunded mandates. The scale of an unfunded mandate matters as much as whether there's an unfunded mandate. So if the city had if the state of Michigan had a really, really good program and a really good idea that cost the city 12 cents, well, that would be an unfunded mandate, but it wouldn't be one I'd get too upset about. On the other hand, if the state decided to mandate that we did things that would functionally bankrupt the city, then we'd presumably want to oppose that strongly. So, again, I think it's good to have a guiding principle disfavoring unfunded mandates and disfavoring things which reduce local control. And I think it's fair to say that we should disfavor that. But I don't think that that's I think sometimes those things can be talked about as though they're hard absolute values, and I don't think they are. I think that our job on this commission is to try to focus on the thriving and welfare of our citizens, and that's the only principle that I think should be an unwavering one for us. Anyone else have any comments or questions? Thank you for the work on this. This is, just so you all know, like I said, not only this is a living document, but this is a draft we're looking at. So I think we can incorporate some of this feedback as we move forward. And I think those points were well taken. There are a couple fussy points that I had that I won't get into. One of them was talking about pedestrian mobility, for example, not just safety. It's not just that I want people to be safe when they're walking. I'd like people to be able to walk more. But we can. We'll work on this. Thank you, Ms. Fark. And my understanding, Mr. City Manager, is that we do not have an update on the golf course at this point because they're not quite done thinking and getting ready for the presentation. Is that correct?
Well, yes, two things in the essence of time, and then our director, Mark Work, could not be here today, so we'll move that to a future meeting.
Thank you. I think that concludes our agenda then. So we're adjourned. Thanks.